All right. We should be live on YouTube now. We are. Cool.
Give him an enema.
So here we go. We are going to hop into the code straight away. But we can keep chatting. Hold on. Okay, yep. How'd y'all enjoy the raid yesterday? I definitely don't agree with a lot of his takes, but he's a good dude. And if we all thought the exact same things, the world would be really boring, right? So, happy to support him. But yes, I completely disagree on his opinion that frameworks are the devil, blah, blah, blah. You derailed him into a news rant? Okay, cool. Makes sense. Right? Like, if you're only a solo dev, you can do whatever the hell you want. You don't need a framework. But the moment you need to work with other people, frameworks are important. They have patterns that you can follow, documentation that you can read. There is no documentation for your ad hoc, weird-ass anything you've built solo from scratch. And how much time did you spend building it from scratch versus the return you got on that investment? In general, the anti-framework crowd doesn't understand business. So he does use Laravel at least. Okay. Yeah, he's just anti-front-end frameworks then, which I still think is misguided. How long does he really think it would take to train an engineer to be productive in his game, right? To like bring another person into the project. I'm pressing X to doubt if he thinks it would be easier than React. I'm pressing X to doubt if he misunderstands the true cost of software engineering. It's our developer time. But we don't need to continue to rant on it. He ranted on it plenty. The giant files, yeah, exactly. It really does seem to me like a fine solo person project, but it's just not going to be good for, a team. You're not going to be able to take someone from another team in your organization and onboard them within the week. It's just not going to happen. So yeah. I just think the anti-front-end framework crowd misses the main point, and that's to deliver value. The more value you deliver in the least amount of time, the better. Your user experience may be somewhat harmed, and you still want to make sure you're building somewhat performant applications. But there's diminishing returns. Performance for performance sake is mental masturbation. Exactly. Yeah. Right? So here's the thing. He doesn't work on teams. He's like a solo contractor. That's been his gig for ages. I consider that a major flaw. I would consider him unhireable. I would not be able to justify hiring him for the salary that I'm sure he thinks he's worth. Because he doesn't seem like a team player. Not that he couldn't be, not that he's not a nice person, but just like he doesn't build things that a team could take over, right? So the lottery factor of him working on those projects is just way too high. Thing is, him and Prime actually agree on a lot of stuff. Him and Prime are actually both anti front end frameworks like React. So, yeah, their debate wouldn't actually be that entertaining. For a proper debate, you need an opposing viewpoint, you know? Yep. But anyway, so let's get to some coding stuff. So yeah, these two functions we need to implement. Right? These things actually look okay to me. So it's really just these repository functions that we need to build out next. So let's get started on that. So getting keyword notifications. And hey, what's up, Swag Dev? I should almost send a message to Chaotic Space Case. Okay, Chaotic, you're here. Awesome. Space Case, you're here. Awesome. Unruly, you're here. Awesome. I might send a message to Four Wheel. I just want to make sure the people with like the really long watch streaks don't miss one just because I decided to do a random Sunday stream. So yeah, sorry for calling out lurkers. My bad. I know it's bad etiquette. I mean, it's a bit of greed as well. I'm like, dude, I love having those long watch streaks. How many other streamers have something like that? You know? So it's a little bit greedy. It's a little selfish, but you know, it's selfish in an unselfish way. I don't know. But hold on, let me just send a message to Four Wheel. All right, cool. We deleted that, Cosmic. Yeah, you're talking about Doctrinal Drone or whatever? Yeah, we banned them. So the only reason you're seeing it is maybe because you have 7TV or BTTV or something. All right, so get keyword notifications takes in org ID and keyword ID. So get keyword notifications. And we're gonna do this. So it's get keyword notifications by keyword ID. That will make it long. Hey, what's up, Four Wheel? Not sure if you saw the Discord message. Like, I'm guessing maybe that's why you're here. But you probably would have been here anyway. But yeah, glad to see you. Want to make sure you kept that streak going. Ah, nice. Cool. Glad it worked. Yeah, no worries. All right, so then this is basically from keyword in keyword. All right, so we want to make sure that the keyword ID and org ID match. So then join, we could say keyword notification here, because we're going to have to grab those notifications as well. On. And then it's what? Left join. Is this a left join? I think it's a left join. Notification and notification on that, and then boom, we select. So then from here, we actually only care about the notification values. So ID, type, name, verified app. That looks about right to me. So then I think we just pipe that. Repo.all. So they don't like it. What don't they like about it? Okay, so hold on. I'm messing up that syntax. Oh, it's because of the way the pipe works. So instead, we still got to do query equals. All right, so that satisfies the compiler. Sweet. Papa Lyle, thank you for the follow. Welcome. And I think we want a left join for this one too. All right, so let me look at this other one. Get notifications. This is going to be get many notifications. And yeah, the name of that function that we just did is actually incorrect because now it is this long monstrosity. I think we want to do that though. All right, so then get many notifications. And that's on the notifications repo. And what we want to do is we still want to pass org ID, right? So repo.all. Wait. Ah. Okay, so hold on. We just do all without the exclamation point. Yeah, we'll call that good. Wait, what did I just break? So that one works. Get many notifications. Did I spell it wrong? Ah, notifications is not available. That's on me. We can get rid of some of those yellow squiggles. We're going to leave the to-dos. Okay, so that seems like a decent enough fix for that. Let's get rid of the unused aliases for now. All right, so then the next thing we care about is here on the keyword controller, when we are fetching the keywords. Yep, list keywords by org ID. This endpoint needs to do another join. I don't know what you mean by that, Macros. I don't know how to answer your question, dude. It's never been my nickname. It's been a meme. All right, so yeah. I can't remember if we want this to be a left join or an inner join. We'll find out. I think this one we want to be a left join. So then this is going to be it's a lot of joins. Hey, Defy Us All, what's up? How you doing? Hold on, let's do the shout-outs. What's up, Abu? How's it going, Nil Pointer? Yeah. We're doing some Elixir. Right now, we're doing some SQL. And I am totally forgetting how we do this part. I think we want to do a... Yeah, how do we get this list? And yeah, what were you up to on your stream? Yeah, happy 420. I mean Easter. And what's up, Nicholas? How you doing over on YouTube, Mr. Sir? There you go. I mean, yeah, Samson must have gotten him lifted. It's probably a little bit of both. When life got hard, he picked up that card with the smiley face. Yeah, I think today will be a day of half-baked references, as is tradition. So, finished conversation trees and UI, started input mapping. Okay. There you go. Yeah, the conversation tree thing. I feel like there is a bunch of like libraries and stuff for that, because it gets very complicated very quickly. But did you end up just building it yourself? I would assume so, as is tradition. You just use a linked list? Okay. Yeah, you're gonna end up like... I mean, a linked list isn't a tree. So you need to like... You need to branch at some point. It's a tree the way you built it. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. You know better than I do. It's a node tree. Okay, sure. Right. Yeah, I don't know. There are definitely some foot guns when it comes to implementing conversation trees. I read some article ages ago, so I don't remember nearly enough about what the edge cases to it could be. Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure it'll work fine for what you're doing. I think a big part of it is like a conversation tree isn't just the conversation you've had. It's also maybe like things that you've picked up, right? Like items you have, other people you've talked to. And that's where it gets like really, really complex. So I'd be curious about how you're resolving some of those constraints. Like what part of the story you're at, like how far you've progressed another conversation versus the one you're in right now. Some of those things get really complicated. And I think a standard tree doesn't satisfy a lot of that. Like it ends up becoming like an acyclic graph. Response could link to another conversation, right? But like, what about when you need to make it work for, have you talked to all 5 of these people, right? Like the amount of links that you're going to have are going to be more than just 2, more than 1. Like it could potentially become a lot, you know, like you're doing an investigation. Have you found this item? Have you talked to this person? Did you ask them that one specific thing? Like, and that's not even like the most complicated it gets. Right? Like some conversation options open up based on your health or, you know, how how wealthy you are. Like, I mean, there's just so many things that go into determining what is chattable, right? Like what options you have available. And maybe it doesn't need to be as complicated for what you're building, right? But like this is the theory part of it that I really love kind of digging into. Okay. Okay. No, I get that. That makes sense. Sure. Sure. Okay. So it's more about you may have options that are fetched based upon those conditions, and you start the tree with one of those options, and then from there, the tree is pretty straightforward, but maybe you still have some other conditions to check or something. Like, you started this conversation because you've satisfied the starting point, but you might not have this one thing because you missed an item or something. Sure. But yeah, like, okay, so like as you go through the tree, you're still like checking, like you're still lazy loading as you go through, right? It's not like hard coded. Okay. Yeah, no, I assume you got it. I'd love to see the implementation. Yeah. Yeah, that sounds really interesting. I'll have to watch your VOD. Let me get more music going. But yeah, I love the fact that like conversation trees in like RPGs and games in general ends up being one of those like it ends up being quicksand, right? Like the more you think you're making leeway, the more you're actually like sinking into it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, for now you have what works, but then yeah, you'll end up refactoring it later. I'd be curious if there's some kind of good generic solution. It would probably involve an ECS though, right? So are you using an ECS? Kinda. Okay. Yeah, if y'all don't know, I'm fascinated by game design, game dev in general. It's not something I can justify working on at the moment. I would love to get into making some game stuff in the future. I would concentrate on some smaller stuff before RPGs myself, just because I haven't done any game dev in a long time. I was building out my own civilization, like clone, back in the day for iOS, as part of like a final project for school. Basically, I was building that out, and part of it was an implementation of Dijkstra's algorithm, right? Like pathing characters, implementing like terrain-based, like movement cost, things like that. You know, it was just fun for like a school project, but I was building it out deeper than that, and it was in iOS, so it was like, yeah, it was a fun game. I have not used Phaser. I probably would not build a JavaScript game myself. I would probably opt for a proper game framework and then just compile to Wasm. For simple things, yeah, Phaser's great. Like, technically, I've used, if we do flick it, I think it's flick it. No, it's just flick. Right? We got this game where things get out there and, you can flick a thing and you're aiming for the target. That's all Matter.js for the most part. Yeah, flick as many as you want. You can use emotes. They don't animate for reasons, but yeah, it's still kind of fun. Those kind of games I think are great. It's like for stream games, like quick like browser overlay stuff. Yeah, JavaScript is perfectly fine. But if I was building like a proper game, I'd use a proper framework. That's just me. I don't enjoy building everything from scratch. For the people joining from the raid, yes, we are working on some SQL, and I have totally forgotten how to do this part in SQL in general, right? Like I have a keyword I want to fetch. I'm joining to get the notifications associated with it. How do I select those notifications? Is it just that? I mean, we can always try it and see. But I don't remember how to get the list of them. Do I have to do a group by? I don't remember. Yeah, I just don't remember. So let's at least see what the result is. We don't have any notifications associated, so there's going to be a problem with that. But we'll at least see if this comes back as an array when we get it from the back end. So let's try that. Let's see it. Probably breaks everything. You have no keywords yet. Yeah. I know. Yeah, right? Like, and we can Google it, but yeah, the issue that we're running into then is that did not error on us. Oh, it did. Keyword notification here. Yep. We're missing an alias. And we're missing that alias. And that should be good. All right, so we get a much gnarlier error. Okay. Must be used in an aggregate function or appear in the group by clause. And they're doing NID. I wish they weren't doing these aliases, right? Like the K0, N2 stuff. I wish they were showing the exact thing. But yeah, I think I do need to do a group by of some kind. Yeah, so that's not it. And we could ask an LLM, right? But I want to think through this a little bit first. They're saying there's some aggregate function I should use. Now hold on. Where is count coming from? Well, let's try this. Let's count notification ID. So that is our issue. That's the part that it was complaining about, at least. But hold on, we got one bug in. It's keyword.json or keyword underscore JSON. We're not doing this part. Right, so notification 0. That's the part that's blowing up on us then. This Elixir ecto function. Instead of getting the count of notifications, I want a list of. Oh, fragment. I think we could just do array aggregator instead. I don't think we need the fragment. Ooh, they did not like that one. Sad panda. Did y'all see that? That was gnarly. Okay, so hold on. Yeah, it hated that. Array ag is not valid. We would need to interpolate. No, I don't think that's correct. We might need the fragment then. Let's try the fragment just to see. That somehow generated like an endless loop though, which is gnarly. Okay. Ah. Oh. Wait. Keyword notification response is undefined. That's a different thing. Thanks, War. So hold on. Where is keyword notification response? Yeah, we don't have that in here. So it's got to be here. Yeah. All right, so keyword notification response. We don't have defined yet. I'm gonna say, let's just comment that. Oh, sad panda. But, hold on. Hold on. That looks right. This seems like a front-end issue now. So, what is our issue there? Cannot read properties of null. That's TSX 297. And yeah, this file is getting a bit big. So then also in 296. All right, so that comes back. Right, we go to network, we go to keywords, and okay. That is so many nulls. So something is massively cursed. I'm still scrolling. It's because of events being that many. Let's do this. Delete. Ooh. So wait. We're getting into a state where buttons aren't clickable after hiding a modal? Let's just say... why not? Get cracking. Well, that's new. Ah, right. Okay. Right. On a freshly created keyword, we don't have any notifications. We'll set it to empty for now. But yeah, we should probably be able to set the notifications when we're creating a keyword too, right? It's just a better user experience. So yeah, our notification selector is going to need to be its own component here soon. Because I don't see how it's going to be any different between the two places. Even though we're only going to be using it in two places, I don't want to rebuild all that from scratch because I want to be able to keep the styling consistent. Because I may change the styling here, you know. I may want to add like an icon to show like what notification type is which. Yeah. All right. So we're going to have to do that. We're not going to do that part yet, though. When we are just about sending the response, actually. Yeah. Okay, so let's just hard code that. What we want to do then is it's going to be on the keyword controller after we create a keyword. All right, the part where we're going to hard code that a little bit is going to be here. And we can just pass notifications empty here. Now, did that not create the keyword? There might be something broken about... Oh, wait, no. So notifications are... Yeah, that's our full list of notifications still. Yep, no, that part's fine. I do want to get rid of that log statement, though. Yeah, that one's good. So yeah, it's just a bit of noise in there. I'm a little curious why the keyword doesn't seem to be there, though. So this might be a problem with the join that we're doing. It looks to me like the org ID and the ID are set just fine. The thing is in there. It's just not coming back in the response. Right? I think that needed to be a left join. There it was. So, yep. Yeah, the inner join was failing because we didn't have any events, right? So again, just to reiterate, left join versus inner join versus right join. There's an image that really does kind of like show this. Yeah, here we go. So in general, the inner join is this one, right? And this is the default. The left join is everything from the left and what it overlaps with. Right join is everything from the right and what it overlaps with. This is still a left join, but you're looking for the key being null, so you don't want where they're both there, right? Very similar for the right. And then here you get full outer join, where the keys are equal. So you want everything. And I might need to do that for the notifications. I don't want to do that for the notifications. But then, yes, if you wanted where they don't overlap, this is where you do full outer join where these things are null. So yeah. This is definitely the best way to think about joins in general. I forget it all the time, right? Because your common case is just going to be inner join. But once you start getting into some of these more complex SQL statements, yeah, this is where we run into that issue. It's A on B, right? Like, let's show it again. And yeah, I get it. But yeah, it's always like the thing that you're joining on is the side that you're doing. So if it's left, it's always A, right? If it's right, it's always B. Like, technically, the order in which you're doing this equality doesn't matter. You could do B dot key equals A dot key. That doesn't matter, right? So if it's A on B, it's going to be mostly A and then where B intersects. But yeah. I always forget which is which, and I've never needed a full outer join. Has anyone here needed full outer joins before? I guess they're useful when you're trying to jam everything into just a single query rather than doing like multiple queries. This is what you use AI for, Lil Saf, over on YouTube? Yeah, I get it. Sorry, 1 second. Let me just double check. Tomorrow is not a holiday. Yeah, Easter Monday is only a holiday in Spain. Okay, cool. Just double check. Do I use Cursor or Windsurf? Only for things where I'm actually trying to vibe code. So bash scripts, like very simple programs. I don't find them very useful for like applications. There's a really good article about that, in my opinion, by Dylan Beatty, where he describes the difference between the things. If I want a vibe code, which is really all I use Cursor and Windsurf for, if I want a vibe code, it's going to be for something that fits within the context window of whatever LLM I'm using. And large applications just don't. So there's the difference between building a program and building a product. So yeah, check out that article. I think it's really good. But now it's chilly enough in this room that I'm going to put the hoodie on. But also I need to throw my laundry into the dryer, so give me just a second. Got laundry to do. But let's throw this hoodie on, and we'll see after the hoodie if I still want to go grab my slippers. But we'll give it some time. It's a nice thin hoodie, at least. I really like this. Wish they had more colors at Costco. I got this one and like a green one. The green one's a bit like pale green. But yeah, there you go. Yeah, do the flick game while I step away. That's always fun. Glad you remembered that, Abu. And then Lil Seth, you're asking, do I have Monday off? I do not. Our Spain office does, but I don't. I don't have any meetings, though, which is always nice. All right, so the big problem we end up having here is that this array aggregate function for the keyword, or for the notification, was actually repeating for every event that we had as well. If I commented out the event stuff, it might work better. Just because then I could understand how to do the fetching for that properly without worrying about the event part. I think it was just that this needed to be a left join. But I'm not so sure about that now. So yeah, we'll leave that. We'll call it good. That was the last song on the album, though. Let me get another one. Let's see if we could do something we haven't listened to. Maybe. Ooh, yeah, one of Primogen's favorites. Malibu Waves by Laser Tiger. All right, so one big part, we don't have any notifications associated with this thing. We want to do this, right? We can click save, but nothing happens when we click save because we don't have that endpoint created yet. Or we have the endpoint created, we haven't wired it up to the front end. So let's do that part real quick. Oh, and it looks like we got some errors here. Right. Yeah, we're going to let the notifications errors sit for now. When we go to here, though, we're going to call it update keyword notifications. It is not a patch. It's a post. We'll say any for now. We end up needing org ID and keyword ID, and this is just notifications, which is a string array. Now, we want to do this as an object. Let's double check the backend method for that. Notification IDs. Yep. Noticiations. That's definitely not it. Did I spell that wrong anywhere else? No, I think we're good. All right, so we end up needing to call that function, the update keyword notifications function, from the keywords page. Best Cuban food ever. So chicken filet, yellow rice, black beans, and some plantains. Ooh, that sounds good. I haven't had much Cuban food. But yeah, you're from like Florida, right? So like Cuban food is the jam down there, isn't it? I'm a little bummed I didn't go to React Miami, but I couldn't justify the cost. Because I didn't get a talk accepted. Everything would have been out of my own pocket. See, I dislike the sunshine. Here in Washington, it's like a cloudy, kind of cold day. It just did like a flash sprinkling of rain, and then the rain kind of like stopped. This is my favorite kind of weather. I love this. I don't give a shit about the beach. Fishing is nice, but you can do fishing here in Washington. Like, yeah. I'd rather go crabbing, actually. And that's something I might try and do one of these days. Try and set up like a portable stream setup, and we code and crab. Pull up the net every 20 minutes or so, half hour. Measure them, toss back the ones that that we can't keep. Yeah, see, I don't give a shit. I do like a sunny day while snowboarding. There's something really nice about a sunny day while snowboarding. Right? Powder or like slushy park funness. Like any of that stuff. Love it. Yeah. Good sunny day snowboarding for sure. But yeah. Just in general, going to sit on a beach? Nah, it's not for me. Yeah, the licenses are super cheap. But there's also some very specific rules. Like, you're not allowed to keep the females, and the males that you catch must be a certain size. So you'll end up tossing back way more than you keep. Pretty pooped out, you're exhausted. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, that sounds fun. They do. Yeah. I mean, you can just use a tape measure, too. You just flip them over and measure the width. Like, it's easy enough. And I believe it's based upon the type of crab as well. Right? Because rock crab typically don't grow as big as like a Dungeness would. So yeah, it's going to be based upon like the size of the crab as well. That was one of the first things we kind of did that was like a very like Washington thing when we moved out to Washington. Yeah, it's basically a ruler. Exactly, Lightspeed. But yeah, we went out to this place called Kayak Point, which was like a pier type thing, kind of like north of Everett a bit. And, you know, we're just hanging out, you know, enjoying stuff. We're watching people like fishing and crabbing from the pier. And one dude's just like, hey, you want a crab trap? Okay, sure. He gives us one of those like round, like net crab traps. Awesome. And then we started going crabbing and, you know, we learned all the rules and all that stuff. Like I was 12 at the time. Learned how to clean a crab. They're pretty gross, but it's interesting, right? Like where the thing that you use to tell if they're male or female, right? They're like the females have like a wider thing on the bottom. The males have like a thinner like thing. It's like just like a flap from the top. You take that basically and pry it back and the whole thing like comes apart. It's kind of crazy. And then you clean out like the digestive BS. It's cool though. Yeah. Like it's just crazy that like one thing basically like holds them together. You know, it's like, whoa. But yeah, that would be kind of fun. It's part of why I'm like heavily considering moving farther north because I could be closer to crabbing. That would be kind of fun. But then I'd have to get a whole setup going and all that junk. I don't know if I want to put in that effort yet. Like IRL stuff. And thank you for the follow, Samar and Masad. Welcome. So, what are we doing? We were reminiscing about catching crab. And I realize now that the phrasing of that sounds a little awkward. Get your mind out of the gutter. But yeah, we're heading back to... We need to start associating notifications with keywords. And the project, if you're curious, can be found there. The part I'm looking for right now is the submit button. And this is where we need to make that request. All right, so now the part where we're at, technically keyword.notifications doesn't exist as a type yet. It does come back from the back end, so we might be good. Okay, so we ended up having an error at 352 there. Okay, so hold on. Where did that null come from? Oh. Hmm. What the fuck is coalesce? Ah, okay. Got it. Still don't know if that's actually what we're looking for. We'll find out. Come on, GPT-4o Mini. I'm not certain that's what I want at all. Yeah, see? I crashed my bike. This is Elixir code. We're using a thing called Ecto, which is a query builder. So you can find similar things that are query builders in in TypeScript. And that's fine. I crashed my bike. The syntax and Elixir versus what this is doing, right? Like the language doesn't matter as much. You can totally do stuff like this with TypeScript. Keysly is one of the things you might do in TypeScript for it, right? So select from, inner join, right? This type of syntax or this type of like pattern is called a fluent pattern, right? But the idea is that you can still get type safety from it in your language of choice, which you don't get when writing raw SQL. So yeah, it's less of an Elixir thing and more of a pattern that you can do in any language. Yeah, the having is totally wrong. Yeah, I would say check out Keysly. You've heard of Connects.js? It's by the same person, but Keysly is like TypeScript native, so it has better type safety. Connects basically has none. It requires that you define your schema as like a Keysly schema object. So you can't just plug Keysly into a random SQL database without defining the schemas outside of the SQL database. All right, so hold on. Let me try this. We do that. And we do that. Right? Our front end's going to have an issue with it. Yeah. So that part should be totally okay. So then our front end, I want to see if we still get that null value. Ooh, and we get a 500 sad panda. Okay, so we still need a group by. And now this is, yeah, just events is not in that. I wonder if I could do this. To see a Viltrumite doing coding? I don't know if my mustache is that good. Which one am I? How about that? Actually, no spoilers. We don't need to name which one. Wait. What do you mean? What examples are you looking at? Over here? Like, Lightspeed. What examples? I need to keep my face young? Okay. No. Lightspeed. What do you mean? Are you saying simply that const persons? Yeah, you define a variable to get the result back. If you didn't have a variable, how would you get the result? I don't understand what you mean by return const. This is just programming. You make a query, you assign it to a variable. That's it. It does, right? It knows exactly what you're getting back via what you have in the select. So person.id is informing what fields you get back. Can we modify? Yeah. So now we execute, and we're not selecting anything. Can we do dot select star? I think we need person dot star. Ooh, we can't do person dot star? So that's a little annoying. There you go. So now you get all of it. It's weird that you can't just do the dot star. Do I think vibe coding is an excuse to skip learning fundamentals? No, vibe coding is the same thing that no coders use, right? Like, it's just the evolution of no code. So really good for prototyping, really shit for building an actual product. That's it. It's really not much more complicated than that. Moshiko, you could write a SQL statement and execute it, but you wouldn't get type safety from it. That's the entire point. You also wouldn't get syntax verification, right? You would get linting, but you wouldn't get syntax validation. So if I were to mistype the name of the table, writing raw SQL wouldn't tell you this is a flaw. The entire point to this kind of DSL is getting type safety in your editor before having to do the query to find out if it's wrong. If you don't want this type safety, you don't have to do it, but there's a reason people do it. Yeah, I recommend going and fiddling with it, trying it out. You can wonder all you want until you try it. Wondering doesn't do anything. Wonder in one hand and shit in the other and see which fills up first. Does it work together with something like Zod? Like, what do you mean by that specifically? So you're saying, right, let's go back to Keesley again. And you went to one of these examples. And just assuming that you had like a Zod thing, you could do maybe like const. So this is const person. And we could call it raw person. And then from here, if you wanted to cast it, you could do something like, and it's pseudocode, right? Zod dot, would it be infer? I don't remember. Is that basically what you're asking, though? Would a Zod type be directly usable as a Keesley type? I would say no. You would need some type of, like, mapper. Right? Because Zod is aware of data types that your SQL engine might not be. So your dialects here are going to decide what types you have available. In Zod, you just have number, right? For your database, you'd have to maybe cast that to either int 32, int 64, whatever, right? So Zod is not aware of any of that stuff. So you wouldn't have a direct one-to-one mapping. Does that make sense? Now, you could probably generate a Zod type from a Keesley type. Yeah. I don't know if they have a good example of that anywhere, but that would be kind of smart for them to do. Yeah, I don't think you'd be able to go from Zod to Keesley, but you could probably go from Keesley to Zod. Yeah, Keesley Zod code gen. So it looks like there is a way to do it. I haven't tested it, haven't used it, but this might be what you're looking for. Hunar, yeah, how you doing over on YouTube? You like the z.interface function in v4. I haven't messed with any of that. Yeah, so, Chris, Chriserly? Is that the way to say your name? I could just say Chris. One thing I've actually found useful is Keesley isn't concerned with relations, right? So what I've actually found more useful is using Keesley for, like, especially if you want to do it in the browser, Keesley for migrations and then Drizzle for the ORM part. But yeah, Keesley is fundamentally just a query builder. It has no concept of relationships. And that's where you're probably going to want to look for like a little higher level ORM. But it's still interesting. And honestly, Keesley could be the building block to another ORM as well, in the same way that Connects was a building block for Bookshelf. If you're familiar with any of that like SQL stuff from back in the day for TypeScript, etc. Just trying to see if they have anything in here that would make more sense for it. Yeah, Keasley for migrations is really nice too. Yeah, so I have this other project I built called, oh shit, what do we call it? Orderly? Yeah, Orderly. This is 100% local, right? I mean, technically you do need to fetch the models, but you can go in here, create a new snippet, and then record audio for it. I don't have a mic hooked up for this, so you're not going to be able to hear anything. But the basic idea is that you could record audio using Whisper in your browser. You would have to download a model for that, of course. And then the data is stored in SQLite in the browser too. All of that is done, like I had to set up the tables and everything, so those migrations are run using Keasley directly in the browser because Drizzle kind of wants to do some of that stuff via the command line, and we don't have a command line because this is all local to your browser. So we set all this up. That's what some of that loading screen stuff was doing. That was running our migrations to generate your tables and all that, so that you can just have this 100% local thing. It is using Wasm SQLite, for sure. Technically, I'm using a wrapper called SQLocal, which makes some of that stuff a little easier. But SQLocal is quite nice. So Larobi, it doesn't inherently do a model, like, assignment. So if you go, and I really do recommend just fiddling with some of the, you know, the examples, they're live. So you can actually edit them. So if you want to go here, a single column, right, where thing equals, and you want to do another value here, right? Like last name. Well, okay, I guess we don't have last name. How about first name? Oh, and hold on. Select from person dot first name. What's going on here? Might have picked the wrong example. But basically, persons here, if you're selecting for just ID, you get just the ID back. So it has that type available, but it's not assigned to maybe like an interface that you created or anything. And that's where you'd have to do like an as or maybe like a Zod validator, like coercion. I believe Zod would be a nice use case for taking whatever this gives you and then, you know, like basically validating that's what you got back from the server or from the API or from the SQL, sorry, and then, you know, casting it to an actual like interface. But technically, whatever you're selecting for is what you get back in the type. No, it's fine. I really like how all of their examples are interactive. Like, it's really cool. Like, it's very smart. I'm wondering why we can't do first name here, though. Do we need to pass it as an array? We might have to pass it as an array. Yep, that was it. So then it knows in the type that you have to get ID and first name. Mikris, it's an example of a single column, but the schema defines more things because how could we match on where without more than one column in the actual table? So just take it easy, Mikris. Okay? They're setting up an example that we can modify. We simply had a syntax issue because it doesn't do a spread operator when I thought maybe it would. I think that would be a nice feature addition where select could take a list of things and then they spread and figure it out, but maybe it makes it harder for the type system to figure that stuff out. Because spread should be able to do this. But whatever. If not, we can just wrap it in array, and then we actually get the type safety of the fields that we selected. Supadino, yes, that stuff exists. You're probably not going to want to do it manually, but Pocket Base is one. What's the one for MongoDB, like the one they own? Realm? Right? So this is another option for doing that, like local first kind of like syncing engine. There's a new one called Zero. So what you're looking for is a local first sync engine. That's the keyword you want, and then you'll find all sorts of stuff. Replicache is one of the more established ones, but the people making Replicache are switching to their new thing called Zero. The problem you're going to run into is that IndexedDB is not a SQL database, so you're going to have to do a lot of like conversion between those things. Whereas if you're using SQLite, the data conversion and querying ends up being the same. So anything using IndexedDB is kind of an anti-pattern at this point, because it's going to be a lot heavier of a library to consume, because it has to convert between query types. Yeah, I would just simply look for local first framework, maybe. Maybe this one has like a good list. I don't know. I haven't done this search yet, so I'm just I'm looking for it. So yeah, syncing data, and then you see just all these options. Y Suite, YJS. YJS is one of the really good ones out there. Replicache, Zero. So this might be what you're looking for if you're really trying to like hone in on specific tools and learning patterns. So I hadn't seen this website before. That's awesome. But in general, the word you're looking for to get more results in the future is local first. And that's most of like web dev in general, just knowing what keyword to search for. All right, so we did that. Let me double check this. All right, so the issue they have with what I'm doing there, right? Expected a binary, got an array. So that's not what I'm looking for. So they don't like that part either. All right, so then what we want to do is in the JSON here, we'll comment that and just say events 0. Yes, I'm using Phoenix. Okay, so no matter what, we end up getting a null out of that. Even with our coalesce and everything. So we can do that. And then it's just an empty array. It's a bit of a hack, though. Let me go use the restroom and pour some more water real quick. Because I want to get, right, like, this will work. It's not ideal, though. And once we end up having a bunch of events, we're going to get a null per event, and that's totally broken, too. So there's something really wrong with our query here. We've simply ignored getting the events for now because I want to be able to get the full notifications, but the fact that we're getting even nulls in here is really annoying too. And the LLM that we checked with, 04 mini or 40 mini or whatever, not giving us what we were looking for, but we can just research this instead. We can figure it out. But real quick, I want to make sure that we're able to add notifications and then get those back in the result, and then we can start figuring out the events part and what's wrong with my query. So real quick, let me go use the restroom and pour some more water. I will be right back. And you know, it's a holiday, so we could hop into a beverage here in a bit. Again, hoping to pace ourselves. I got a lot of like cleaning up of the apartment to do. They're gonna be doing a walkthrough sometime this week. They've got a 4-day window. I wish they could like tell specific apartments what day they'd be there. That'd be nice. But whatever. And yeah, how's everyone enjoying the holiday? Ooh, before I get too deep, I do need to go grab my slippers. Like, it's just the right amount of chili here in Washington, and I love it so much. It's perfect for slippers like these. Just sleeping bags for your feet. So nice. If it's not going to be snowing, this is the way I want the weather to be. Little patches of sun here and there, maybe. Little patches of rain and clouds, and a nice chill temperature outside. That sounds miserable, Cinder. Yeah. It's another reason why, like, I didn't want to pay to go to React Miami out of my own pocket. I don't like the heat. I hate it. How it would look with more layers? Yeah, I'm not sure. If you want to check it out, it's neo-brutalism. But hold on. I want to see what temperature it is here. Oh, that is so perfect. Oh, it's just right. Like, it's good hoodie weather. Yeah, this is perfect. I'm not looking forward to Thursday. But the rest, that looks so nice. Yeah. It would be really hard for me to move out of the Northwest. It would be really tough. Where else can I get really good snowboarding with traditionally very cool temperatures all year? Maybe Montana? Even then, they get really hot during the summer still. I'd have to move to Canada, right? Maybe Alaska? Maybe Alaska. Vermont? Yeah, Vermont doesn't have the mountains like I need. Vermont's mountains are not steep enough. I may not snowboard as much as I used to, but I at least want to get out there and have like a good couple days per year on like really solid terrain. Like, I still ride pretty damn well. I may not be chucking in the park, but yeah, I don't know. Like, it still feels like an extension of my feet when I'm out there, which I really like. Like, I can basically just go anywhere, do anything I want on the mountain. So I still need like terrain that is fun. Norway. Yeah, Norway's an option. Ooh, yeah. Like, what would it take to move to Norway? What would it take to move to Norway? Sweden? Maybe. I've heard like somewhere in the Alps might be good too, like Austria, etc. Could be cool. Yeah. Yeah, Norway is the real option there, isn't it? I wouldn't mind doing like Hokkaido in Japan either. but temperatures there would get a little warmer than I would like during the summer. Like, I don't know, hold on. Hokkaido weather right now. Temperature-wise, we're looking pretty good. Yeah. I bet during the summer it heats up, though. Maybe it's not so bad because it's right on the coast. Well, I understand that. Like, technically, if you're rich enough, they'll let you move there. How much would it cost to move there, right? Like, if I wanted to just buy the chance to live there, what would it cost me? Because then that becomes, well, how much money do I need to make to do it? And that becomes a goal. Japan is such a culture shock, though. Is it? I don't know. I mean, Norway would be pretty different, too. I'd have to learn the language more in Norway than I would in Japan, I think. I don't know for sure. But yeah. Yeah, I'm curious. Like, pretty much any country will let you move there if you're rich enough. But let's get to it. Let's pour a beverage real quick, you know? I don't know what I'm gonna eat for dinner tonight. I could do pho, in which case I need to start thawing the beef. I could do butter chicken. I got plenty of stuff I could cook at home, too, though. I just don't want to dirty too many dishes tonight, because I got dishes to do, and I got to keep the apartment somewhat clean. Yeah, I might do butter chicken again. Maybe get some fish pakora. Save the leftovers of the fish pakora for like a lunch thing tomorrow. I guess here's the big thing. Are they open tonight? Or does it show their hours? Okay, so full menu until 9:45 p.m. today. So plenty of time. Plenty of time. Yep, garlic naan, butter chicken. Do I follow a specific architecture for the back end? Depends on what you mean by that. Are you talking just like monolith versus microservice? I refuse to make my back-end render templates. So it's always going to be just a REST API. Starting a business? Yeah, there you go. So Norwegian is one of the easier languages to learn for an English speaker? Oh, interesting. Okay. You're making a good sale for it. Like, I know several Norwegian snowboarders. So Supadino, there's basically no view in this application because the view is just a JSON template, right? But Phoenix is technically an MVC framework. In general, getting too hung up on those definitions doesn't help you. Like, I have to set up a WebSocket listener for Blue Sky for the ATProto firehose. That is fundamentally event-based, isn't it? So instead, just worry about solving specific problems rather than worrying about a specific paradigm in general. Right? But Phoenix does have models. They do have controllers. I think it gets much more interesting when you start thinking about like the internal systems of the backend. So as far as the database querying, I don't like ORMs. I do like query builders with the repository pattern. I will almost never use a full-on ORM. I mean, Supadino, if you're following a framework, a lot of those decisions get decided for you. So just use a framework. I think it's a major footgun to not use a framework for a large application. If you're just prototyping, do whatever the hell you want. But you're probably really messing up if you're not using some kind of framework. Like, in general, frameworks aren't just for you, they're for anyone else that might have to jump into the project. Frameworks are documented, your own ad hoc solution is not. So, yeah, follow frameworks. Once you've used enough frameworks with varying patterns, etc., you can mix and match as you need to, and it makes sense. And hey, yeah, Chris, thank you for the sub and the follow. I appreciate that. So Hono is very light. It's barely a framework. What you maybe want to end up doing is looking at something like Honk, which wraps Hono using an ORM, whatever database, and Cloudflare, right? So it's a wrapper that maybe makes Hono a little less loosey-goosey. Hono is very unopinionated. I would consider Hono closer to a library than a proper framework. React seems opinionated. React's pretty loosey-goosey as far as like how you want to do your routing and state management. Yeah, React's pretty lightweight. If you want more opinionated frameworks, they're out there. That's up to you. There's more jobs for React, though, so you should probably learn React. But yeah, you're going to end up building out your own opinions there for how you want to do state management, how you want to do routing, all that stuff. So that's something you just got to put in the work for and practice and try and see what you like and don't like. I wouldn't trust anybody that gives you a very strong opinion about what you should do with React. Because React is not a framework. Even though technically it kind of is because of how you have to use certain like React specific libraries to work with it. So it straddles the line between library and framework. In my opinion, React itself is not a framework, but to use React in any significant way, it is a framework. But you have to like fill in the blanks for a bunch of that. The whole React is not a framework like meme came about because at the time, the front end frameworks out there were very big and very opinionated, such as AngularJS and Ember. React was spun out counter to the ethos of those things. But in the end, if you want to work with React, you end up having to do things that are still opinionated enough about how rendering happens and how re-renders happen that it is a framework still. It's just a lighter weight framework. So in the same way, Hono, sure, might technically still be considered a framework, but it's not a complete framework. I don't want to prescribe anything for you. No, I'd say go out and learn. Figure out what state management library you want. Figure out what router you want. And then beyond that, build stuff. And you'll figure it out. But don't trust anyone that tells you what you should do. Right? Like, don't listen to anyone who's telling you specifically what state management library to use. Who cares? Figure it out, see what you like and don't like. Use all of them. The more you use, the more you realize that they're very similar, with just a few subtle differences. But I am very much against prescribing how people build things. Besides, I really don't like my back-end rendering views. If you want to do it, go for it. I think it's an anti-pattern. It couples your front end to your back end in a way that is a little too heavy, in my opinion. Oh, Angular is fine. Again, Larobi, the thing that a full framework gives you is the chance to not have to worry about making these decisions. It has everything you need to be productive without having to bike shed about what state management library. That's what a full framework gives you. If you like building out your own ad hoc framework, then yeah, use a library, use a framework that allows you to do that. If you just want to be productive and have something that someone from another Angular project could just jump into your Angular project because the patterns are basically the same, that's the value you get from that. Every React project is its own special, unique snowflake. Most Angular projects end up looking very similar. Not visually, but from an architecture standpoint. There's value to that. And it's why Enterprise likes Angular. It's why Google likes Angular. Quick's fine too. Yeah, again, but I keep saying again, it's just a filler word for me. Wait, Larobi, what the hell are you talking about? Lack of TypeScript support? Angular is the thing that actually pushed TypeScript to the mainstream. If React had their way, we'd be using Flow. TypeScript is what it is because of Angular. I'm really curious what you mean by lack of TypeScript support. That sounds borderline insane to me. like not based in reality. Show me an example of the lack of TypeScript support. Show me an example of them overriding using the exclamation point operator. I'm really curious about that. I think you've just seen some bad Angular code. You can write bad code with anything. I could write Rust code that fails at runtime. It's totally possible. Without even using unsafe. Again, Larobi, show me an example. I don't believe you at that point. Like, where? Where? Show me an example of this, because I just don't believe you. I think you're citing some bad code. You could cite bad code for anything. Now, if you don't like decorators, that's a separate thing, but I would question why. I mean, in general, you shouldn't be using the exclamation point. Like, hold on. Supadino. There's a big difference between the exclamation point at the start of something and the exclamation point at the end of something. At the end of something, that is you telling TypeScript that you know it's there even though TypeScript thinks it isn't. At the start of something, that's you just negating it not being there. Again, Larobi, that's a very fuzzy statement. I'm asking you to cite some of these bad patterns that you're talking about. Because you won't find it in their docs. You won't find it in their tutorials. I'm really curious where you're seeing the overuse of the exclamation point. Feels clunky. Again, that's just such a fuzzy statement. Show me some examples. I'm really curious about that. You're using like all of the worst red flags I can think of when people talk about frameworks. You're getting very feely about it without showing any examples, without being concrete. There's nothing objective about what you're saying right now. Now, you are right that Angular benefits when you do have a team of people, because the patterns tend to stay the same between things. I consider that a benefit, not a problem. If I build an Angular application using standard Angular things without going towards like NGRX and all that bullshit, if I just use services and the stuff that's there out of the box, every single Angular developer can jump in and be productive within a day. That is very rare for React applications. The structure of Angular applications tends to be similar from application to application. You might consider that a problem. I consider that a benefit. But Larobi, show us some examples, otherwise I'm calling bullshit, man. You are using the most bullshitty arguments to make your points. They're very fuzzy, very feely. That has no place in a technical discussion. So you don't like how the component lifecycle works. Yeah, you don't like decorators as well. So the component lifecycle, right? I would consider it more explicit than React's hooks. When you consider React's class components, the component lifecycle is basically the exact same. That abstraction and the explicitness of things, I consider a benefit. Now, if you're talking about AngularJS, that is fundamentally different, but because you're mentioning decorators, you're probably not talking about AngularJS. The component lifecycle in Angular is pretty much the exact same as React. It's all top-down data flow, single pass. There's no digest cycle, right? So you don't get into the weird render loops. You don't like decorators? Okay, that's a taste thing. But, I mean, okay, so you don't like it. Cool. Some people like chocolate ice cream, some people like vanilla. That's not a very good technical comment to me. Decorators hide away some things, but things that you don't need to know. One of my favorite things is that you can use reflection, right? Like Reflect.js or whatever, to look at a component and see the things that the decorator has hidden away from you using the decorator logic, right? Which would be the template that was sitting in your HTML file, right? It's actually kind of cool how the decorator hides that away, because you don't want to see that when you're just trying to log out a component state, because the template has nothing to do with the state. Your template should be fully declarative, so the data you're passing in should tell you everything you need to know about why the template looks the way it does after rendering. Yeah, I think decorators are awesome, right? Some people complain that it's too much magic. I think there's value in that magic because it hides away implementation details that you don't need to care about, such as the CSS associated with a component, the HTML associated with a component, the selector, all that jazz. Now, I will point out, a lot of the people who push Angular and who make content about it, I disagree with them on a bunch of things, such as using the async pipe in your templates. Wrong. No. Bad idea. That introduces stateful mechanisms into your template when your template should be stateless. It should be fully declarative rather than imperative. Debugging an async pipe sucks. Just do your fetches in your controller and make the template render based upon the data that you have set on the class, and you're done. So I will agree that there are some things about the Angular ecosystem that suck. People that push signals over services. No, services are great, man. I don't know. Yeah. I have a slightly older mentality about Angular, but a lot of the people that are making content for Angular are just trying to jump to the brand new fucking hotness because they're content creators rather than people that get shit done. Right? So they're forced to jump onto the next bit of content. They're forced to hype up the new things that Angular is doing to woo React developers, because it's the hot thing. They're not going to get views unless they're hyping up something brand new. So yes, I think Angular influencers are a huge fucking problem. Most of them are fucking idiots. Not literally, but the shit they're promoting makes them seem foolish to me. Hey, thanks, Astra. Yeah, we talk about it all the time, Astra, and I appreciate that. We're not going to spend too much time on it, but right, he found something that ChatGPT did. He contacted Sully Gnome, who actually has data, and yeah, 81% of streamers stop after 3 years. It kind of sucks, actually. It's kind of a big bummer. It does sadden me how many streamers we've just seen come and go. So yeah, I'm stoked to be doing it still, but not sustainable for a lot of people. I think it's because of their expectations. A lot of people see Prime killing it and they think, well, I can do that. No, it's very hard to do what Prime does, to make programming entertaining. Now, he does use a bit of a cheat code by making it a little more immature than it should be. But that does make it kind of fun, doesn't it? He appeals to toilet humor, basically. That's actually kind of a good winning strategy because he backs it up with stuff that isn't, right? With knowledge, etc. But the toilet humor is what keeps people there. Yeah, he makes it entertaining. He does a really good job, right? I'm at 70 months of subscribing to the Primogen. So this is me critiquing as a fan. But nobody's above criticism, right? And not in like a negative criticism way, but just you have to understand it. As a streamer, I got to think about what makes him so successful. Does it mean I'm going to do it? No. I do love to laugh at a good fart joke every once in a while, usually over on the other stream. One other thing he does really well is he takes strong stances. Just like a second ago. Who was it? Sorry, one second. Supadino was asking for my strong opinion about what they should do and how they should do it. You're not going to get that out of me. I'm sorry. No thanks. Without context, opinions are meaningless. I sit on the fence, which means I upset everybody. It's all right. I'm okay with it. I also go off on these rants way more than he does, so there's that too. But yes, in general, streamers burn out, I think, due to expectations of what it would be like how they can become a successful streamer, etc. And I just like doing it. But we discussed it the other day. I use a thing, I forget the name of it. Someone mentioned the name of it, where basically there are days where I don't necessarily want to stream, but I want to work on my side project. By not allowing myself to work on my side projects off stream, I have to stream to do so. And I've utilized the same thing in my snowboarding career back in the day as well. There were days I didn't want to snowboard, but I worked in the terrain park, so I had to snowboard those days. And I ended up having a good time and enjoying those days, even though for some reason I didn't necessarily want to snowboard that day. I very much use the dual process of, well, if I don't want to do the one thing, I probably want to do the other thing. I consider that a life hack, for myself at least. But I think that was the end of that album. Let's get some more going. Sorry for the burp. And yeah, let's get back to this code. So the part we're on is we want to be able to submit these notifications via this button. So let me fire this up and get it over. We click save. And that didn't actually do anything. Why didn't that actually do anything? Hold on. So I bet... Oh, that was the wrong thing. I bet it's because we don't actually have a difference here. but we should have. All right, so we don't have the null value in there because of the hack that we're doing. And yeah, we keep getting into this weird broken state. So after we have submitted a function, we're no longer able to click anything, which is a weird one. But has difference here is false. Right, because sorted keyword notifications, this one is empty. We start off with that. So now if the length of either of them is different, even if we don't loop over the other, we're still going to make the request. And we get a failure, which is a 400 sad panda. What was sad about that panda? No function clause matching update. Ooh, okay. So that's at the controller level. Org ID, keyword ID, notification IDs. Let's go look at the router and double check that. This is going to put org ID and then keyword ID and then slash notifications. And we do a post to notifications. So yeah, org, and you guys can't see the whole thing. Hold on. So it's localhost 4000 API slash orgs, org ID, keywords, keyword ID, slash notifications. And that is this endpoint. Now, keep in mind that, hold on. No? Okay. So yeah, this should still be the endpoint that we're hitting there. What we need to do to debug this then We do make this a post. Okay. Y'all see what the issue was? The plurality of man. If I had looked a little bit closer, we would have seen it. All right, so field verified at in select does not exist in schema notifications.notification. Ooh. Ooh. So our, oh man. Our query is going to get so much uglier. All right, so if we go look at this, we go to keywords here, and we got, oh, inserted at there. Where is this actually being called? Keyword notification controller update. So they're saying at 171? That's the start of the query. Okay. Get keyword notifications by org ID and keyword ID. And we just created this, so maybe we don't need it? All right, so delete keyword notification doesn't match the pattern that we're passing. And instead, yeah, delete keyword notification. We probably want to do by ID or by notification ID. And I want to actually inspect this. I want to see both of those values get logged, and we need to make this endpoint exist, or not endpoint, but repository function. So delete keyword notification by notification ID. Oh. So yeah, delete requires a struct. So instead, we need to turn this into a query and do it similar to how we're doing the update elsewhere. We're doing that here. We don't want to do an all. We don't want to do a change set delete. I think we end up needing to do this, basically. Yeah. And instead of update all, this is delete all. Which should only be one thing, but yeah, we'll call it good. The fact that we're doing query like that means that's an exclamation point thing. But yeah, we shouldn't have actually gotten into calling that function, so I'm really curious about that. So the removed functions. Yeah, I mean, it's going to error out, but we'll at least get the log values of that. So we'll clear, and then we'll try it again. Key ID not found in. Well, hold on. So new keyword notifications, removed keyword notifications. We get a bunch of nil. All right, so we got some issues in how we're doing that query of the database. New keyword notifications is also a problem. So both of these are not getting us the value that we expected. What's up, Mr. Beta Skull? How you doing? I want to double check this, make sure we're actually getting those notifications. All right, so we get these notifications just fine. They are email, and we're good. Oh, and I missed one. Poria, thank you for the follow. And J3Z just now, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Let's fix the beanie. I do need to kick off the dryer again. Might as well use the restroom again real quick, too. And maybe we pour another beverage. Yeah, I don't hear the dryer, so got to get that back started. But yeah, our issue is that the way we're determining a new keyword versus a removed keyword is broken. So we got to figure that part out. Because yeah, this key ID not found in whatever, that's totally broken too. But these are the biggest red flags about why this is broken. So, BRB, give me a second. Okay, so yeah, my logic there is flawed. Let's figure it out. Because new keyword notifications should be it. Right, we got notification IDs. org user. I guess maybe let's log existing notifications. That should be an empty array. But in the meantime, let's double check this logic. So we want to filter and remove all notifications that currently exist. So the notifications from the request. I think we want to do that. And then this would be if we don't find it. Yep. Okay, so I had the logic inverted. I think that's our bug, but we'll find out. Okay, so here we go. Notifications from request. We got 2 of them. New notifications is those same 2. And then we get key notification ID not found in. Because it's just going to be the ID, not notification ID. So new notification. Yeah, these are just ID. And this is the annoying part about Elixir. We don't get strict type safety from it. Now, hold on. If we refresh, let me double check this. Does that come back? Okay, so we come back with 0 notifications. However, is that just a flaw in this? Like, we might have to delete these. Okay, so that's still empty. Oh. So existing, yeah, that would have been part of our problem too. Even though new keyword notifications, that's a weird one. Because that should just still be ID. Hold on, let me double check this. It depends on how I'm doing the select, right? So that one would be that. I've got a little too much stuff here. So that one actually worked because we were messing that up. It should just be ID. But let's clear. All right, so removed is still flawed. New looks kind of good. So we get to the removed part, which means we should have created those notifications now, but they're not there. What? We see new keyword notifications, and this is where we go to create them. My guess is that this is failing out. Well, hold on. enum.each. New keyword notifications. So I'm using pgadmin because I'm using Postgres. It's all right. It's not my favorite like database crawling tool. Is the SQL a transaction? It is not. That would be a very good hunch, though. So good catch there, Mr. Beta Skull. But no, this is not a transaction. So these things should just work. Like the creation should have happened. So my guess is that this is failing, or we're just not getting into here. Ah, yeah. Yeah. All right. So, yep. The hunch was correct. The creation result is a failure. But why? Oh, type ID. Type ID shouldn't be on there. So yeah, keyword notification as a schema is actually a flaw. Nope. Yep, that was from an update we did. Oh. Yes, this is an outdated thing. I believe that means that our migration is out of date. Create keyword notifications. That one's actually right. Okay. So we actually updated our migration a while back. We did not update the schema behind it. So let's clear things and maybe it'll blend. Nope, we still get a failure. Comparison with nil is forbidden as it is unsafe. But creating worked. Removing, yeah, what the fuck, dude? So why is the removal giving us all of this, like, nil junk? And then, yes, our query fails there. There is some tuple there that is a failure. It's not supposed to remove anything in the case that we had there. So I'm going to get rid of these two so we can get back to a clean slate. At which point this renders fine. And yeah, the tuple thing, that was another bug to fix, but a different bug to fix. So the key issue we're having here then is we go back to keyword notification controller. I'm going to comment out this for the moment. So existing notifications, we want to filter based upon not finding a new notification. Right? So, oh, hold on. Hold on, hold on. This is wrong. We want that to be notifications from request. I don't think that's still like the 100% fix. Right? We still get, huh. So existing and from request are being logged. Existing, oh, existing is actually coming back with that. Oh. So get keyword notifications by org ID and keyword ID. I think I want that to be a regular old join. Yep. So then removed is empty. Yeah. Okay. So that was a left join versus a regular join issue. So that was the mistake there. So no update JSON template. That one's fine. Okay. Now, Brainless, you're out there. You are an Elixir person by trade. Am I messing up by doing a bunch of my queries this way instead of relying upon like some of the change set BS or something else? Like, to me, it seems like I need to do the joins by just crafting the query myself. Is there a better way that I should be doing this? Because I feel like I'm kind of shooting myself in the foot with at least a few of these. Like, is there a more like Phoenix, like idiomatic way of doing this, or do I just need to do it this way? Keeping in mind that I want to keep it to one query. For at least like this part. Like I don't want to do an n+1 query problem. Yeah, I think it's the way we have to do it for now, but just double check it. And yeah, if you stepped away, I get it. All right, so we're going to call that good. The part we're on next is, yeah, our template there doesn't exist, so we could do that. It's not really our problem at the moment. Yeah, I'm thinking we get to the return type for that later. The part I want to do next is when we create keyword notifications, right? That is that, relationship between them. We run into an issue fetching all those things embedded in. I think that's our next big problem to solve. Let me just pour another one of these. Okay, so the part that we commented, which is this part. Oop. That's going to get us into a really broken state. We click save. Right? We don't have the update thing, but then if we refresh, it's empty because that request fails. And that request fails because of something we're doing for encoding this thing. That looks like a binary data issue. Right? Like the IDs. We see it's control or a keyword controller line 1? No, it isn't. It definitely isn't. It is when we are listing these things, though. Oh, okay, so this is a casting issue. Oh. Hmm. Huh. Shit. The nice part is that we see both of them, which means our aggregate function or whatever is kind of doing what we needed. But it's also kind of not. Yeah, exactly, Kanji. For sure. So I'm guessing it's the array ag function. Oh yeah, this stuff's good. Yeah. This artist is fantastic. We could do the association thing. That might be the move. But this is a 1-to-1. I think preload is actually what I'm looking for. But because we have these things kind of like separated, how many messages do I have left for the day? Oh, God. So we could use case, which is gross. Oh. So that's close. That's really close. That actually seems just as broken, though. Oh, wow. This gets super gross. But okay. That is crazy that we got to do something like that. But that does look some. Oh, God. We killed it. It's dead, man. What the hell? Compilation error, extra arguments. Okay, hold on. Yeah, that was a big nope. Oh, uh, uh, we don't want the else null. Specs, extra args. Received 5, expected 6. The name. Yep. No, it's actually double colon, but we have a ligature that does that. Yeah, so you're just seeing the product of a bad ligature. Oh, buddy. Okay, so coalescing it to text is still not right because we want it to be in the type ID syntax. So we're so close. Yeah, that's how they want us to do it. I think that'll work. So instead of text, we can get rid of the text part. Think it's hallucinating that part? But we're close. We're close. Yeah, let's go look at the type ID docs. I have a 2-year degree, nothing special. So I don't think it's ecto.typeid. Oh. Matthias and Emma Wolf, thank you all for the follows. Welcome. Oh, and then, yeah, instead of toString, this would be from UUID. Oh, shit. Okay, so I could do from UUID or from UUID bytes. Either one should work. And what's up, Alan? We need your help against the Coldan Armada or something like that, right? Hold on. Kodan Armada, that's it. Here it is. Greetings, Starfighter. You have been recruited by the Star League to defend the frontier against Zur and the Kodan Armada. There we go. Yeah. The first use in a feature film of a 3D, like, graphics, 3D graphics rendered object to represent something in the real world. Tron beat it by a little bit, but they weren't in the real world. Otherwise, it would have been the first major use of 3D graphics in a Hollywood film. But Tron beat it by like a year, maybe half a year. Yeah, I love that. Like, have you ever seen Future Man? That's one of my favorite bits about Future Man, right? Like, they come back in time, they're like, we built the game as a test to blah, blah. It's like The Last Starfighter. Uh-huh. All right. Who put you up to this? It's just like such a good reference. They do so many good references in Future Man. Oh, you should definitely see Future Man. It is raunchy as fuck, but it holds up. Like, dude. Like, the first season's the best. The second and third are a little different. The first season's amazing, though. And just, dude, it is super raunchy. Like, super raunchy, dude. Do not watch it with children. Do not watch it with children. It's something my parents would have let me watch and probably would have watched with me, but do not watch it with children. All right, let's see. Moment of truth. Will it blend? Woo! It blended. It fucking blended. This shit is super ugly, though. Like, really bad. One other thing we need to do, we need to add another keyword. And we'll delete this one for now, which should clean everything up, and that means that this should be an empty database still. Yes, because of our cascade delete stuff. So now, our next step is we need to create a keyword that'll actually get used. And hold on. This is a huge problem. Anytime we submit one of these dialogues, we're running into a bug. Here's what we're going to do. Our front end is going to update all of those dependencies. Right? Pinning these dependencies is no longer necessary. And I think it was actually leading us to major issues. It was worth a shot, but it was not the right solution. I believe React Dialog here hold on. We told VS Code that this file change language mode. Yeah, we said it was a JSON C or something. We want to switch it back to regular old JSON because that breaks some stuff. So now we can highlight and get what we need. So yeah, published 2 days ago. Let's see if that fixes our bugs. Oh, wrong thing. All right, this song definitely tries to put us to sleep. We skip it, but solid album. We haven't listened to Mitch Murder in ages. Let's do that. Okay, that was the fix. Yeah, it was one of those dependencies, man. One of those dependencies had a bug where when the modal disappeared, the overlay that was hidden still wasn't actually being gotten rid of. So now we can actually click stuff. Cool, cool. Yes. Okay, and I think it had to do with the focus. Like the focus was being captured maybe or something, and it was leading to an improper state. I don't know what the exact bug was, but they fixed it, so who cares? If we look at it, I doubt it was the SWC or icons pack stuff. But we didn't have to like download anything new because we had everything cached. So that was fine. All right, so now let's do this. We should actually have some events created. Because foo happens way often enough. We got 25 rows already. So now we can go back, and this is where I think we got a flaw in how we're doing this stuff. So basically, I think this is where it breaks down. We had events hard-coded, though, so now we got to go fix that part. And, ooh, we shouldn't need to do that null filter, but we'll leave it for now. We got 70 events. How many notifications do we have? Just the 2. Okay. Okay. No, I think we're good. I had messed something up previously where we were getting a nil value for every single event that we had. And, you know, we're at 70 and we just created this thing. We're at 90 already. So foo, probably food and fool and all those other things because of how we're doing our regular expression, is making this number go crazy. We had like 25,000 a little bit ago. But now I think we're sitting pretty. So yeah, we do this. We see our database load. Our query time is sitting there somewhere between, you know, 1 to 3 milliseconds. We're spiking up to 3 fairly frequently. I think those are the inserts. Ecto pSQL extras should be installed, so we'll add that real quick. Let's go find it. .8, is that the latest? 0.8.7, I think. Yeah, that should be fine. Yeah. We got to do a deps.get. Oh, and yeah, so our ecto stats kick in. We don't need to diagnose anything. No missing indexes detected. Cache hit ratio. No null indexes. No duplicate indexes. Some bloat detected. Unused indexes detected. Okay. And so, yeah, the unused and the bloat are the same. Cannot check outliers because pgstat statements is not enabled. I don't care enough about that. But yeah, this is another one of the really cool things that you get out of the box with Elixir, right? You can check your cache hits. You can check your missing foreign key constraints. None, right? Like, so our diagnosis here is killing it. And then if we want to dig a little deeper, we can go look at the bloat. And we get a whole bunch of stuff. Oh, wow, that goes deep. Yep. All right, so our keyword events primary key is 16.7 megabytes of waste. All right. So yeah, back to the diagnose. So 2 of these are not ideal. I think we need them, though. I think this is a lie. I think this is just a lie. Unused indexes, keyword ID. I don't believe you. Like, that's how that's just working. Right, so we see ID, field, keyword ID. The link for it we're not doing anything with yet. Is the foreign key index created by default? Foreign key indexes are not created by default. When you define a references or belongs to, you must explicitly specify in your migration file you want an index created on the foreign key column. Yeah, okay. Do you know why the ecto live, or not the ecto, the Phoenix live dashboard would be calling that index unused? I'm definitely performing joins. Stats could be stale. Okay. It could be a glitch. Let's go double check it then. When we are querying for keyword events, Event keyword ID is equal to keyword.id. I just think it's wrong. Yeah. And sure, it's going to be a bit of bloat. What this tells us is that, right, over time, if someone is picking a keyword that is going to be very frequent, we're going to end up having a bit of bloat. The keyword ID index is only 6.4 megs. That's fine. All right, the keyword event's primary key, that one's required, even though we're not querying by it. Right, we see all of our foreign keys. Sure. What about long-running queries? None. Cool. And I love the fact that Dashbit and Dockyard just decided to contribute this. Honestly, these would be some really cool companies to try and work for if you do Elixir on a regular basis. They are very heavy in the ecosystem. They are services companies. They're basically contracting companies. But yeah, Dockyard is at the forefront. They do huge amounts of awesome work, and they use all sorts of crazy, cool tech stacks. They contribute to all sorts of stuff. If I wanted to work with Elixir, I would very much be trying to apply to them. They're looking for a svelte engineer. Oh, shit. If Zayu hadn't just gotten a job, yeah, I would have recommended she reach out for this. I don't know enough about Svelte or SvelteKit. I'm not qualified, but if you are in South America, Europe, or the United States, you should definitely apply. It's a senior level role. It's contract for the time being, but if they like you and you work well together, you could probably assume that it'll go further. And yeah, I wish they would say an amount of money that it would be worth it for, but probably pretty good. So yeah, anyone out there that uses Svelte, I highly recommend it. But here's the thing. The nice to have would be if you've ever built applications with Ember, because Dockyard has a bunch of legacy applications they maintain for clients that are Ember. And a bunch of their team has spoken at EmberConf and huge, massively backwards facing work. And they've been, yeah, just huge collaborators, really cool. Part of the reason they've moved on to Elixir instead of Rails is just because Elixir has better performance characteristics while still giving you the Rails-like developer experience. Now, $100K a year, that's kind of shit. That's kind of shit. But if you're in another country, it might be worth it. So if you're in South America or Europe, that $100K would probably go a little further. Brainless, if you're out there. I'm not sure what you make at the company you're at, but if 100,000 US dollars is better than that, yeah, right? That's what I'm saying. That would probably be worth checking out. But you'd have to be this is for a Svelte role, but if you prove yourself in this Svelte role, you could migrate into Elixir stuff. And honestly, here's the thing. You could probably just email them and be like, hey, I work in South America, but I love Elixir, blah, blah, blah. I could learn Svelte. Maybe they don't put you onto this project, but they may have something for you. Totally up to you. This is definitely kind of shitty for anyone based in the US. But in certain economies, that's actually A major bump. So yeah, just throwing it out there. Check out Dockyard if you're curious. We also saw Dashbit a second ago. Oh, hold on. Closed the wrong thing. Oh, here it was. Never mind. We were fine. Exactly. Yeah, roast beef. Yep. No, I get it, brainless. Like, you do whatever the hell you want. I'm just letting you know you have options. But at some point, that loyalty could burn you out a bit, even. Like, that's up to you. Dashbit is another services company that does a lot of Elixir stuff. I don't see any links to, like, work they have, but yeah, Dashbit's the company that Jose Valim actually runs. That'd be a crazy cool company for someone who likes Elixir. But it doesn't look like they're actively hiring. Doesn't hurt to send them an email, though. I mean, that's fine. Brainless, like, a year in Elixir makes you, like, senior by proxy almost, right? Like, comparatively. Why'd we get rid of the Vappy voice thing for subs? I was pretty lazy about running it. I could start it back up again if you want. I almost always have something going there, Acklox. I learned how to program while watching, like, movies in the background. Like, the movie would be going on the TV in front of me, and I'd be on the recliner, legs kicked up, learning how to program, checking out the movie every once in a while compiling or whatever, heading back to what I'm doing. Favorite programming language doesn't matter. I don't give a shit. Sorry. That's a terrible question. Yeah. Yeah, I get it, brainless. I think that is the vibe, like, that is the niche that I fill as a streamer. It's a lot harder to do that with Prime because he's so entertaining, he's actually a little distracting. If I got shit to do, I can't put Prime on. Like, I can't watch a brand new movie. I have to watch a movie I've seen a bunch of times. I don't know, Acklox. Like, it doesn't matter, dude. They're not sports teams, man. The majority of my career has been in TypeScript, but who cares? Yeah, if you need to focus, a stream is maybe not the best thing. It just depends. Oh, really, Alan? I would say the foreign language would be less distracting because you don't need to know what they're actually saying. The moment they start saying stuff, I start critiquing what they're actually saying. Oh, yeah, yeah, dude. Yeah, that was a good, like, mashup. I mean, coming up here in a minute, the next song might make you pee your pants a little bit there, Alan. In a good way. Yeah, yeah, totally. And Space Case. Yeah, yeah, hold on. You start your new job tomorrow? Okay, you're dusting off some SQL knowledge soon, too. Hell yeah. Brainless, you'd like to undust your SQL knowledge and make some nice queries to do distance-based filtering. You have pushed yourself to not do it on the weekend for a change. Okay, so yeah, you're going to do haversign formula as part of your database query, right? I've done that. Yeah, exactly, Alan. Here you go. That was the P. Yeah, I've definitely done haversign in the database before. Yet another part of a project I worked on where the backend dev that we had that was like foreign, and this isn't that foreign devs are bad, but this was a bad foreign dev. I had to jump in and do that part for them. I also had to do OAuth for that same project. On top of my entire like front end workload, I had to go in and save their ass. I've had to do that a few times, but that was the most prominent. I had to do OAuth for them because they couldn't figure it out. I had to do the haversign for them because they couldn't figure it out. But also, it made me a better dev. Like, you know, having to jump in and do it. Can't put full stack on your resume unless you're willing to back it up. Yeah, I mean, let me just point this out. I had already done that shit before. So it wasn't necessarily a learning experience for me. Ooh. Something's burning. It's nothing on my end. Let me go check out my dryer real quick. Hold on, let me look outside. What the fuck's burning plastic out there? Oh, it's not. It's barbecuing in the rain. Huh. All right. Well, good news is it's not plastic. It's some dude barbecuing in the rain. Which is borderline insanity, but, you know, he can do what he wants. Smells like shit, though. Like you overdid it with the lighter fluid or something. Barbecuing in the Rain, that's a Sting song? Yeah, I would have thought it was like Eddie Money or some shit. You think Eddie Money has to put up with shit like this? Anyone know the movie I just quoted? Bonus points to anyone that knows the movie I just quoted. Club Dread. I think Club Dread wasn't as good as Super Troopers, but in retrospect, it's a fantastic film. Bill Paxton nails it as like a knockoff Eddie Money. Coconut Bill or something like that. Coconut Pete. I think that's it. Coconut Pete. Coconut Pete. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's crazy how like negatively it's reviewed. 30% on Rotten Tomatoes, 5.7 on IMDb. It's a fun movie, dude. Here we go. Yeah, it's a masterpiece, a perfect blend of campy 80s style horror mixed with broken lizards inside joke humor. Like, what else do you want? All right, so back to what we're doing. Sorry. IMDb is bad with ratings? Yeah. Oh, the movie Dread with Carl Urban's a fucking classic. Yeah. That's a perfect film. That is a perfect film. It does rip off, what is it? The Tower or whatever, a little bit. But only slightly. Only slightly. And yeah, no worries, Baffleturd. How you doing? Dude, I've talked with someone who ran into a project where they ran out of atoms. How? You're given a million atoms. You had a million strings that you were turning into atoms? Really? That's so strange to me. No, I get it. I understand. But yeah, very bad practice. Like, dude, just huge mistake. Yeah, see, Brainless, I think you're more senior with Elixir than you are willing to give yourself credit for. I think I think you're more senior than you think. OTP is a black box. That's fine. You can't know everything. Oh yeah, this is where we finish it up. Hold on, this one song's good. And then we need to find something else after this. Yeah, I don't think we need to do the OS data stuff. Yeah, all right, so our next steps. We've got our notifications configured. We want to show them here based upon some stuff. One thing I want to double check though, hold on, we go inspect network and we look at keywords here. Is the type is not being done that way properly yet. And I think we don't need that anymore. We do want to map over it. When we say intentionally, only based on like a DB design thing. And that's what we're going to fix right now with string.trim. From a database design perspective, varchars are poison. But I don't feel like abstracting it out to another table, so I'm okay burning a couple bytes with padded white space. Right? Like I don't want to fully normalize what's essentially a varchar into an entirely separate table, but that's the right way to do that. So instead, it's a fixed length text field, right? Technically like a char 10 or something. But by making it a fixed length, the database engine knows exactly how long each row is, so it can jump to the next row very quickly. So it speeds up indexing and queries in general. Sorry, itchy nose. Oh. Let me get another album going. We do see a couple new ones from Mitch Murder. They could be good. They're a bit short. Ooh, but it's good. Ooh, it's good. No, it cannot. I might not have a not null index on it, so I could probably fix that, but business logic wise, no. All right, so what I want to do here on the front end, we only want to show the notifications that we have enabled, and then when you mouse over it, maybe we do a tooltip, or maybe it's just a title value, so you can see what notifications are on there. So that's a front end problem. Let's go solve that. And we do need to fix, we need to fix some of our schema types. We'll do that here in a second. The first and foremost thing, though, is I want that list of I want this list to be configured differently. So okay, I'm less into the singing here, but we'll let it be for now. Notification icon. All right, so then notification icon is going to go in here. Did I forget to save something? What up, Rago? How you doing? We're doing that right meow. For some reason, the trim isn't kicking in on this. We see Foo Bar. Oh, shit. I've got these backwards. Well, no, I don't, though. I've got those backwards in the query. Yep. I think I made name. Did I really make name a varchar? No, I must be trimming the name elsewhere. And we could just do that here, actually. Oh, and yeah. I see. So I shouldn't need it here anymore. Shit, I broke it. Triom. It's like this dude's smoking weed or something. I don't get it. All right, so then managing notifications. If we turn one off, we go to save, and it fails. Uh-oh. Oh, but it actually succeeded. Or did it? God, whatever this guy's cooking outside, it smells like shit, dude. Like he's burning plastic or something. All right. That album was okay. Let's try another. Oh, that's just one song. Fuck that. 2 songs? Come on, Mitch Murder. Stop putting out singles and put out whole albums. Or label your albums with EP, etc. Come on, man. Yeah, we do need to do some like key stuff. Sure, we can get rid of some of those warnings. The error that we're getting here, though, it's in the on click error reading ID. Keywords line 370. Yeah. So that could potentially be undefined. We want question mark there. We'll do question mark there just for safety. All right, so the delete is working. We just need to update our notifications for that item from the global level after we've submitted it instead of requiring a refresh. Okay. I got plenty of water. It's only 6 p.m. We've had a good 420 together, haven't we? I think I got a little more time in me. I'm going to go use the restroom real quick, though. And yeah, we want to get that working. We've got some type safety issues to solve. But we're sitting there pretty close for maybe being ready to call this feature done, which is kind of cool. Yeah, so let me go use the restroom. I'll be right back. And yeah, we got a good set of next steps. BRB. Oh. So, we want the update endpoint to respond back with the notifications for the keyword after being edited. That one's actually not too bad, right? We've got this edit. What we want to do here is respond back with notifications from request, which means keyword notification JSON needs an update endpoint. And we're not going to use any of those. We're not using the data. It's just purely def update. Oh. All right, so no update JSON template defined. We'll let that chill. But then here, once we've done the update, this is definitely an async function. All right, so then what we want to do is set keywords. We do a map keyword.id. No, we'll do this way. All right, let's try it. Will it blend? Nope. 500, sad panda. Why? Yeah, I should be doing that at the repository level. Listing the keywords, no. Updating the notifications, no. Value actually stays like that. This then becomes string.trim. Stafford, I would say the Odin project is completely free. Front end masters, they might have some free stuff, but they're trying to make money from you. Let me double check that. Odin project's 100% free. I would say go through the Odin project first. And then if you find something specific you want to do on front end masters, I'm not even sure I like their learning paths thing, but like specific topics maybe, then pay for like a month at a time and then quit it when you're done. Right? Like specific courses maybe. Sure. Right? Watch the full course, complete it, and then stop paying. It's not worth $400 a year to continue doing it if you're not using it, right? And I would say you can get the value out of it for what you actually want to do in any of this stuff by just paying for a month at a time. Right? It's like Melky's is probably pretty good. The Primogens is obviously probably pretty good. Some of this other shit, I don't know, man. Yeah, I don't know. It's still totally doable, but you got to make up for it, right? You got to convince people. Intro to back-end architectures. Maybe. I don't know. Go apps that scale. Everything you need to know about Git. Maybe. Like, I don't know. Maybe. Angular 17 fundamentals? No, you don't need a course for that. Enterprise engineering management? I mean, that could actually be good if you're trying to get into management. Blazingly fast JavaScript? Honestly, that one sounds kind of bullshitty to me. No offense, Prime. That one sounds a little bullshitty. Like, not that the course is bad, but like, why would you need to pay someone to do it? Like, you should just be able to read up on that stuff. Like, we could click into it, see the entire course material, and just research it, right? Right. Like, none of this stuff is worth paying for, in my opinion. I don't think it's worth paying for using the memory profiler course. No, dude, you can just look it up. There's blog posts, there's free YouTube videos. Like, I don't know, man. It's just by replacing the existing WebSocket library. Like, I'm sorry. Like, no, that actually seems really bullshitty to me. He's probably just recommending UWS, right? Like shit you could research in 20 minutes to a half hour. What library should I use? Problem solved. Like, come on. I'm a skeptic. I don't know for sure, man. WebRTC data channels. Sure. Yeah. The amount of times you're actually going to need to know the difference between those is so minimal that, yeah, you just research it when you need it. That's it. I don't know, man. I push back on paid learning platforms in general. The more you rely upon a paid learning platform and video platforms in general, the more you're delaying teaching yourself how to find this information on your own. The number one skill you should be building is how to find this information on your own, not relying upon someone to spoon feed it to you. Am I setting myself up for boot.dev and front-end masters and none of these guys to ever consider me for a course? Maybe. Whatever. They aren't considering me anyway. So nothing was lost. Now, I'm pretty sure at least a couple of them think I'm kind of a jerk. And they're not wrong. So, you know, it is what it is. Yeah, even then, like, deep knowledge, you're not going to get from a course like this. Deep knowledge, you're not going to get from most books. Deep knowledge is something earned or collaboratively developed. Like, there's basically no such thing as paying for deep knowledge. Because you're going to forget it if you didn't put in the effort to learn it. You're going to benefit so much more from burning your hand on the stove than from someone telling you that the stove is hot. Sometimes you just got to burn your hand on the stove. But yes, I'm a generally cynical individual. So take what I say with a grain of salt. If you're not cynical, if you're not a skeptic, maybe don't listen to me that much. Dude is still out there burning shit. Cooking in the rain. And it's raining hard out there now. Yeah, I don't know, man. Would I feel differently if any one of those platforms had reached out to ask me to make some content or something? Maybe. But even then, I don't know. Oh, it's fine encoding. Yeah, it's just a text editor. Who cares? Use whatever you want. Yeah, but I would judge myself. I think that's the big thing. Like, I've done some content for money, but it's content that I stand behind because it's content I wanted to learn myself anyway. But it's not like I'm going to charge you for that content, right? You guys have seen me show this thing before, right? What is open telemetry? I don't know. I made a video I'm pretty proud of. I got to put in the effort to research it, and I got to pass on that research time to you guys for free. If you're curious about open telemetry and what it's made of and some of the keywords and bullshit about it. Could you imagine charging someone money for this information? Like, not the company that paid me to make it, but like you guys? Like, if this was a paid course? Fuck that. No, thank you. I don't know, man. No, thank you. Do I still enjoy programming? I love making stuff. I love having an idea for a thing and making it real. There are very few ways that you can kind of do that these days. You have to either be good at painting, drawing, sculpting, like typical arts type stuff, to invent something that actually like changes people's lives and makes it better. Pretty tough. Pretty tough. The act of creation is what I enjoy. And what's up, Arpalm? How you doing? If I was born 100 years earlier, I would have loved to like invent things. And I probably would still feel like, well, it's just not approachable, right? But I think it's more approachable back then than it is now to invent something that makes someone's life better, right? That changes whatever, right? Like the cotton gin or, like just any of the inventions of the past that seem kind of simple these days, but that fundamentally like change things. Man, yeah, that'd be amazing. I think software is the only approachable way to do that these days. You can do it with hardware, but it's not something you're going to fund from scratch. With a little bit of gumption, you can build out some software that helps people. I think that's really cool. If anything, it just solves your own problem, and that's still value. It is kind of like cool how I've seen some of what like Wes Boss is doing with his 3D printer these days. Like he has some problems he needs to solve. He 3D prints it up. I think technically, before I got into software, 3D printing wasn't in a place where it made sense and it was like viable. And now 3D printing has become so like mainstream-ish that there's a lot of really cool stuff you can do with it. So, yes, if I had gotten into tech or whatever in any way and wanted to make things, 3D printing would have been something I really, really like would have opted into heavy. And there's still time to do that, but I can do software and that costs even less. Right? Prototyping a software thing just costs you time. I really like that. The barrier to entry is actually super low. It does mean there's a lot of shit software out there. But man, it's just, yeah, the amount of capital you just need a computer. And you probably have a computer already. So just use it. I really, really like software. Damn, it's like really raining out there now. Wow. Yeah, happy 420. For sure. All right, so hold on. Where'd I get hung up on this? Key notification type. It's just type. So where are we doing that part? That's in keyword notification JSON. Okay, so hold on. We messed something up there for the front end logic here. Oh, yeah. So it's the back end part. Update, notifications from request. Oh, interesting. Hold on. Yeah, I hate that syntax. All right, we're messing something up there on the front end. What? There's something we're doing wrong here. Mm. All right, hold on, hold on. Yep, I know the flaw already. All right, list keywords by org ID. All right, so get keyword notifications by org ID and keyword ID. Sure. Delete, we leave. Oh. And I broke something. What's up, Kenny? How you doing, Mr. Sir? Yeah, welcome back. Oh, keyword name doesn't exist. Yep. Nope. There we go. And hold on. That's for notifications. Okay. Yep. Nope. That's good. Notification type not found in, and that's for our keyword JSON. All right, we got a failure there. It's probably still related to a notification type key thing, and that is in get notifications by org and keyword ID. Let me get more music going. What line did they say? 224. And yep, similar. All right, so we don't fail on that one, but our response is still no good. Because we're not trimming name and type. Thanks, Almars. Yeah, no worries. This was it. We were over in the wrong place. Yeah. And then this is where we want enum.map. Yep. Voila. Nailed it. Okay, cool. The language is Elixir. Yeah, it was just a different repository function. What I want to start doing is, yes, in the repository functions is where we should be like trimming these things for output. Because like the padding on the end is inserted after we've done the insert, so we don't need to pad it before we put it in. And yeah, so at that point in our JSON functions, we could get rid of all of our string.trim and make sure that we're just doing string.trim everywhere else. I'm wondering if there's some place that we could do that. At like the ecto level. Because then we wouldn't even need all that boilerplate. That's something we can put into linear. I'm gonna say that's like that's a nice to have. But yeah, bye, you genius. Yeah, this is Elixir for the back end and then TypeScript for the front end. It is 6:40 p.m. I do have work to do tonight. Like, when I say work to do, actually, like, cleaning up this room and my apartment in general. So, we're not going to be finished yet, but I'm going to put in an order for food, and it'll take anywhere between, like, a half hour to an hour to get here. So, garlic naan, butter chicken, hot. What was the other thing someone wanted me to try? Anyone remember? It was like a bread dish. I'm gonna add the fish pakora anyway. And hey, Zerk, thank you for the sub. But no, it was like another type of bread. Lacha paratha. Yeah, I'm gonna give it a shot. It's like a crispier kind of bread, right? Well, the onion bhaji is really good. But I don't need that much. All right, so Indian food on the way. It'll probably be like, man, probably close to an hour before it gets here. So we're set. We're doing our thing. And we got more work to do. We want to make sure that our types are actually good because our front end is currently yelling at us about a bunch of keywords that it thinks don't exist, but they actually do exist because we just haven't updated that part yet. And yeah, how was everyone's holiday? I know we didn't properly celebrate the holiday like we normally do. Hold on, let me look. Oh no, my humidifier is totally messing things up. Give me a second, we'll figure it out. What scene do I switch to? Oh no! Hold on, let me fiddle with my humidifier for a second. For some reason, it messes with my video feed. It's so weird. It's the strangest thing. I don't know, man. For some reason, my humidifier. Let me fire it up real quick. All right. I think I fixed the humidifier, guys. I think we're good. I think we're set. Yeah. We figured it out. We fixed it. Yes, happy Easter to you as well. You know, throw on some Primus and celebrate more? There you go. Which album? That's the important question, Zerk. Which album do you put on to celebrate with? Pork Soda? Okay. All right. Tommy the Cat, Mr. Crinkle. Yeah, I get it. Solid album. DMV? Ooh. When I spell hell, I spell it DMV. It's actually amazing how nice the DMV has gotten these days. Because so much of that stuff can be done digitally. The DMV is actually not so bad. Not here in Washington, at least. Oh, it still sucks in Florida. Ooh, that's a bummer. Yeah, here in where, like, Redmond, where I live, it's super chill, dude. Like, if I need to renew my tabs or something, I do it online. I get them shipped to whatever office I want to go to, and I walk right in, grab that shit, and walk out. Like, it's super good. Really? Damn, that sucks, Zerk. Okay. Yeah, no. Florida's an issue. Man. And yeah, I didn't realize you were in Florida. There's a lot of y'all down there, actually. It's kind of crazy. I didn't get accepted this year, but maybe I get accepted to React Miami next year. How hard could it be? No, I tried this year, didn't get in. I think I sent one last year too. Um, now I submitted to render ATL and it got denied as well. And yeah, it's just one of those ones where last year I spent my own money to go because it was my first time. I just don't think it's worth paying out of pocket to go do that stuff in my current situation. Paid for by work, yeah, that's solid. I almost had a chance to go to reInvent paid for by work a couple companies ago, which is cool. But yeah, let's build out this backend type. So it's going to be over here. We can get rid of a bunch of these logs because I think we got it working how we needed. Yeah, those to-dos are going to stay, right? Because batch insert, batch delete would be way better than looping over that stuff. But it'll probably never be more than 10 at a time anyway. Probably typically around 2 or 3. Like at the max. So that's not so big of a deal. I'm okay with that. But yeah, as we clean this up, the part that we care about is actually going to be up here. The update keyword params. What about keyword notification response? This is update or all? Keyword notifications response? I mean, that's like buried in there. We'll put it as update for now until we need to change it. Whatever. Right? Why overcomplicate it? So what we need to do then is create a response type. And we've got a few of those from other things, like keyword controller here. Just go to the bottom. Grab the, I guess, keyword response. All right, so then this is update. All right, just double checking on the food. We got food on the way, so I'm looking forward to that. But the response here, and yeah, they're saying by 7:30. All right, so yeah, we got 40 minutes left. This is it's actually the notifications for this keyword. And I like capitalizing like the business units or whatever, right? Things that have actually like a business connotation to them versus just being a variable, right? Or just being a noun that describes something. Yeah. Sorry. I just got distracted. And yeah, that humidifier got me a bit. As far as properties go here, we got the ID for it. This is the, well, actually, we're not going to respond with keyword notification ID. Or, no, we do. No, never mind. This is the notification ID, but it's an array, so we actually want to put a level above it, which is that. But hold on, I missed something. I'm missing a... Oh, I guess I gotta put this up on the other line. Also, we need more music. All right, hold on. So we got properties. I don't think properties needs to be a schema, right? Nope. We get into notifications. Yeah, no, that looks right. Oh, did I forget to press play? Yep. Damn right. So I might have just too many... Oh. Hold on. All right, so then that one needs something. And that was it. I think we just needed one. No? Shit. All right, let's indent this properly still. Oh, am I forgetting that comma? Well, that's one for sure. Like the one before example there. See, that one's matched up with that. That one should actually be there. So then it's just the one. No? Jesus. Object properties. Object properties. Yep. Schema for notifications. Type that. Types. It's probably like a comma missing somewhere. Looks like, hold on. There's that one. So there's blue matching with blue there. That purple matches with purple. This one is yellow, which isn't really matching with anything. Oh, no. Yeah, it was. All right. So then yellow, then blue, and then purple, right? There we go. All right. Jeez. We should have just moved this whole thing out to another response. That would have been better. Yeah, the bracket colorizer, though, necessary. 100%. So as we do this, this is not actually the keyword we want coming back. It's just the notifications. It's a list. It's an array. And then this... we could actually just make this that. It means that we would be missing some stuff. I wish it would show you the full definition. So wait, that's actually wrong. No, that's right, that's right. So then we go to here. Let's double check it. It's this one. Yeah, so we're not returning all those values, but we can at least pretend like we are for now. I think that does really save us a bunch of effort, right? So yeah, notifications goes away. Something like that. Right, like that's the stuff AI is really good at. Yeah, hammer out some bullshit example thing for me. Let's double check it's actually right. Yeah, it's even like the polymorphic types. So we're not outputting that 100% from our backend yet, though. Hmm. Like the thing is, we're not returning these two. We're just returning those three. Like that part's not even close to right. Well, let's at least redo it back. I'll do something like that. And we'll actually make sure that we're doing exactly what we say we're doing in the back end, even if it's not ideal right now. So, yeah, hold on. More music. That was just 2 songs. Oh, damn. Dude's got the food already. You know what? So, this is a good spot to leave off. Oop. Damn. Yeah, food was quicker. Ready way quicker. They're on the way. So, we're going to go raid someone. And it'll be a quick raid. Wow, not many people streaming right now, huh? Casper. Yeah, we'll go raid Casper. Shit. Yeah, sorry. Food was ready like 20 minutes earlier than they said. But I will be back here tomorrow. We had a really good holiday. And yeah, the place we're leaving off is right there. We just got to make that actually mimic what we're doing. So, no, did I type it wrong? Oh, it's, yeah, Casper with an ER. There we go. All right, so on YouTube, see y'all tomorrow. Have a good